Morgue maxing. More morgue than we can handle. Big fan of this elevator ride situation that she's got going on here. You know, it never occurred to me that somebody would be enough of a psychopath to smoke in an elevator. But Morgan stepped right up to that plate. You can choose to play episode 2 in high roll. Done! Done! In high roller mode, you're limited to one save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Fine by me. Quick saving and auto saves will be disabled as well, so remember to save regularly. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum maximum penalty for answering incorrectly. Yep. I know. Will unlock an exclusive phone charm that can't be earned any other way. You can turn it off. Okay, none of this is new. Gloop, you're only slightly younger than me. You've known ashtrays in the McDonald's, haven't you? Yeah, there were ashtrays in the McDonald's when I was a wee little tater tot. I do remember that. Not for long. They were gone pretty quick, but I do remember them, yeah. I don't know why these graphics are killing me, but they are. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials? I don't know. I got it. I got it, and if I don't got it, I'll screw it up, and everybody in chat can have a little giggle. They were made of some kind of unbreakable plastic. Tutorials are for new stuff. Shit. There is new stuff, huh? Okay, well, let me turn those back on. Forgot we got that fucking phone charm. Tutorials on. Okay. I forgot we got that phone charm. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Mathings. This shit's still trying to lie to our faces. Mathings is our senator, man. What, still? Shit, hey, wake up. Ugh. From the top, I guess. Oh, I don't think things are going too well in here. What is your name? Hikari. Oh wait, this person I think is being fucking beaten to death. Hikari, what year is it? 2080. 6. What did he say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. Dog does know how to shake. You can go. Again in the head. One thing I said, one thing I asked. Anywhere but the head. Not my fault. He's got a punchable face. So we calibrated yet or what? No. We're as close as we're going to get with equipment this old. You want to get to the real questions, or does he need more softening up? I just said... I won't soften up in the head. How about it? You still with us? Hound? Excited to learn all about these characters. You're gonna feel a migraine hit you like a tram in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold on to the pain. Let go and the Barbitocene. That doesn't sound good. Let go and the Barbitocene will drop you like an anchor. Don't want you a vegetable, alright? That's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Ooh. Ooh. They really write this like they want it to be, like, acted out, don't they? Because that's where, like, the cut is, you know? Like, that is right where, like, the cut is over to, like, ta-da! Morgan answers, and then we find out there was a scene change right there. It's very good scripting. I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. I tell you there's heat. I mean it. I know, and I always listen. See? Breathable layers. She's so proud of her little outfit. God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I conceded the point. Your lighter? You memorize a map? You kept it pretty vague, I think, but... I think I got the gist of it. Really enjoying the error messages popping up on the side. Warning, code 9314, smoking in an elevator or transport. Cool, we're already in trouble. You're that worried about a paper trail? Proactive Analytics just won a state contract for new trawling algorithms that can DNon an entire city block's crumbs in less than an hour. Ugh. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. Can't we all be as well read? We can't all be as well read as Reinhardt Diamani. I'm working on these names. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there on these names. Sending you the links. Read them. And the rest of the news, too. Proposition 492 is going to be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly. For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duties seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with my advice... Do you declare the income for it on your taxes? Sorry. I promise to take a look at what you sent over. I'm looking! The charm is here, by the way. For anyone who needs to look at the charm, that is there as well. With the elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Read on to get an overview of some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in the coming months. Proposition 436.2D, petition for City Council to commission cost analysis on public schooling. For the last several decades, all education was handled through private institutions, typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. Yeah, they talked about this a little bit before. While this has eased the expense of childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concern over children being treated as customers first and students seconds. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies, introducing the potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. Enough voters say aye in this position, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. Good. We take the dubs where we can get them. Proposition 4921A, funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. Sponsored by Chopin and How Industries in Wickham. Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the reservation and reinforce with multiple Atlas pillars around the multiple worlds, paid for Chopin. Okay, cool. By a % increase in sales tax within city limits, Atlas pillars act as stabilizing points for the city's canopy super infrastructure and house all the largest public transit elevators that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow into the Camlet and the street level. Okay, well that seems fucking important. I don't think any of you are in agreement over there with what the fuck it's pronounced. The measure is generally viewed favorably or representative of the lower world, who acknowledge that the restrictions may be disruptive, but point to language in the proposition that guarantees easing of zoning restrictions around the pillars as vital to reducing unemployment in the target regions. Previous comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples of studies showing the poverty is down and citizen satisfaction up in the surrounding areas. Okay, where's the corporate nonsense? That sounds straightforward. Unless they're just full of it. Some number of city council members representing uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Okay, so we're gonna get Midgard if you don't fucking reinforce the canopy. Got it. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation is yet to be disclosed. Past experience has shown that due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city's wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. Oh, here's where the money game comes in. As soon as they find out what is and isn't getting the work... I see. As soon as we find out what is and isn't getting the work. So if he knows that, that's worth a lot of money. Proposition 4931A, renaming Atlas Pillars to honor local community figures. Nickname the pillars of the community project. The headlines, Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures, replacing the current system where pillars are given alphanumeric designation based on the streets they're built on top of. Few members of the city council have spoken explicitly for or against the measure, but polls show general support amongst industry, with some questions about who the new names will be chosen. Are we learning about clowning on each other in the chat? Atlas was originally an internal name for the super infrastructure context, but leaked blueprints and contracted word of mouth spread the moniker and it became rooted itself in the culture in the years since, despite having what the mayor at the time reportedly described in private as an ominous ring to it. That was the information broker getting up and leaving. Oh shit, quick, get in your cars, we have to chase him. God, there's a lot here. Oh, this is the last one. Okay, cool. Commission of report on victims of acid snow. Learn local politics or die. Can I, it's funny. I started hatching an idea in my head. It's a tiny little idea, but I might try and make it happen anyway. You know how this game makes you like learn and read along and you can't fail, but you have lots of opportunities to like learn more points by paying attention and by betting if you think you really got something. I want to like, my day job is developing like training and like training courses, and I'm looking for ways to make it exciting. I might steal mechanics straight out of this. Cause like, yeah, this gets exciting later when the killing starts, but like right now, it's local politics. The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of the public conscience following the Greyfall documentary that premiered earlier this year. Previously underreported on, while the industrial accident did not create snow and did not in fact add acid to the atmosphere, you're lying. The film's eyewitness account of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was an unseasonable snowfall has spurred public outcry. If this proposition receives enough eyes at the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could be one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Critics of the proposition argue that for 20 years, few of the victims would still be residents of the city, assuming they can be found. Others point to the state lawsuit. Gendu Chemicals settled 15 years ago, significant compensation for the victims, though under the conditions settlement did not admit any fault or wrongdoing on the part of corporate leadership. Okay, so it totally happened. Okay, so it totally 100% happened. How can you be so calm? Chance like this doesn't come around. Well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Gloop, are you adding more projects to your current ones? Yes! But that's at my day job, which means I am allowed to do it As opposed to the thing that I do sometimes where I am working on VTuber stuff and jiggle the mouse on Microsoft Teams. That's a joke. Don't tell me that's a joke. But yeah, no, if I do something to make daytime training more interesting, I get paid for that. I get actually paid for that. Because here's the thing, like, I've had like 10 gazillion ideas, and I talk about this, and I want to do this, and oh my god, we want to do this, and oh my god, do that. A lot of my ideas that I'm like, oh, this would be so cool, like, the broad stroke of it when I'm like out here inventing is, I would do it with you guys for free. Like, we're like, oh, we're going to invent a new game and we'll do it together. Oh, we'll invent this quiz thing and we'll do it together. We'll do this together. We'll do that together. I'm never going to like try and make it like a business model with like VTubers because you bitches got like $3. I need to figure out something that works and is fun with you guys and then take it over to like people with like corporate credit cards and say, hey, this will plug into Okta. It's only $1 a seat. I gotta fix that noise. Nothing ever changes in... Are we having fun with the silent death? Nothing ever changes in the lower wards. That's what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Heartbreak, more organized crime, look like a bunch of cowards hiding under the rocks. Is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Can you scooch over? You're covering Diamani's boobs. His boobs aren't out! They're not out! Gay people really are passing around the same $20. No, you're right. Whew. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself. Because you're such a delicate Hey, can we buy the episodes, like, separate? Like, does the system, like, I noticed on the page it said the episodes are, like, self-contained. Can you buy, like, the episodes of The Devil, like, by themselves? Like, is this going to be, like, a self-contained story? Occupations, criminal, comma. Yeah, I don't know why you would either. It was kind of funny that they advertised that, though. I think it was even in, like, the YouTube videos. They were like, oh, these are self-contained? I was like, yeah, but no. Because, like, I'm sure Sarah is going to pop up shortly. She was in the promo art, and otherwise it's going to be like, who's this girl? I want to know what happened that has her using power washers. You can buy the DLC and play them out of order, but it's not ideal. 0 is the only required reading? Wow. I mean, there really wasn't it wasn't a particularly long chapter. How about you start feeling analytic and give your real answer? Fine, in my humble opinion. The Rust made the first move. Demand for their products has gone up, so they set to work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. Little chop shops hunting for product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't spit without it landing on a Vitruvian clinic. How's the biggest it's ever been? What mods aren't being printed to demand? Okay, this is, this is not a new definition. The terms you've seen before are the same. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna try and be a good noodle. And I missed the funny at the bottom of her profile. What, the eggs being fried and runny? That's kind of funny. Is it that she plays the E card? I want the pink phone. There we go. What's the joke? Wait, are those the flowers of death? Are those the death flowers? What mods aren't being printed to demand? It's replacement parts, not the mods that the Rust harvest. It is the Death Flower. Awesome. Vitruvian How and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens will gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that steep. A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Correct, hence the Rust stockpiling weapons. In response, the Blue Bloods sensing Why can't I get that phrase out? The Blue Bloods sensing escalation. Got it. That is such a beautiful cadence. Sensing escalation. Did I say buds? God damn it. I really like if there was like a Japanese idol and they came out and they were like, oh, this is the Sensing Escalation Tour, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Like if Perfume did a tour and it was called that, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for the sauce. If I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, we'll call it a formal theory. The Rust criminal organization. Also, I like that they're red and blue. I like that they're red and blue. I like that we're doing a little bit, we're getting cute with it being the Bloods and the Crips, but not. Because Rust is red and Blue Buds is duh. Yeah, classic gang colors. That's what you gotta do. Domestic criminal organization known as the Rust is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs and racketeering operations that formed out of necessity rather than any particular shared value. That is kind of how gangs go anyway. Broad powers granted to the state and law enforcement to address civil unrest during the 60s meant that small to medium-sized criminal organizations could not survive on their own, as virtually all their members would be detained indefinitely if one or more members was suspected of racketeering under new laws that classified gang activity as terrorism. While the Rust has evolved since its chaotic initial formation, the spirit of it lives on in the highly diverse culture of the Rust's component cells, or pods. Law enforcement officials disagree on whether the Rust meets the definition of a criminal organization, as many argue that the gangs that make it up are completely capable of operating completely independently of one another. Some hypothesize that the Rust serves merely as a shadow on the cave wall, intended to make smaller gangs' patterns of violence seem like well-organized planning. As it stands, the Rust is known for its black market operations and illegal and illicitly sourced mods, offering military-grade or foreign-produced mods to civilians. Interesting that we're not allowed to get foreign-produced mods. I don't think I have the tracking to throw up gang signs. They're particularly known for regularly assaulting and ripping mods out of their victims for resale. Ouch. Historically, the Rust has been associated with elevated levels of gang violence, earning themselves a fearsome reputation that has fortunately limited their ability to assimilate themselves into other segments of society. However, in People vs. Harmonique systems, the state alleged that Harmonique had, on numerous occasions, employed the Rust as a kind of extra-legal mercenary force when pursuing aggressive market negotiations with their competitors. The case was ultimately settled out of court for an undisclosed penalty amount, but misinformation has persisted ever since, claiming that the Rust has endured despite its violent tendencies due to being sheltered from consequences by corporations who contract the Rust as deniable mercenaries. Fun! It's not like we're talking about weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it. What is it? The idea lingers in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. The thing is, I think Morgan is genuinely like a clean freak. And like a regular freak. We're at really like... We're at, like, major ends of the messiness pipeline on her. Yeah, Chinese e-cars being banned. You know, I don't get political. I don't get political on stream. I do. I'm trans. I kind of have to. But I don't usually talk about, like, electoral politics and, like, name people. We should hit Chuck Schumer with a car. He went up in front of Congress while like everything is going on and like decided that he needed to be like pushing like the ban on Chinese cars thing. Like, this is what you're doing? What? God. She's the kind of person who gets satisfaction from something was there and now it's gone. Yes. Morgan is like, I've made some differences in this space. See if you can spot the differences. Yeah, no, I hate him more than the other guy, even though the other guy is worse. Because I want to make sure he doesn't get out of here without catching some smoke. Anyway, back to the other dramatic story. Windows and neon and advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent down into our beautiful city's scenic lower wards. How's this part go again? Ooh, beautiful. We're quoting Inferno. Through me, the way to the city of woe. Through me, the way to eternal pain. Through me, the way among the lost. Good job. Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark. At the official forecast? More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy, every city block's got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. The smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. This place clings to you, unwanted, cloying attachment. But there's an honesty to all human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. It's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests. I saw a quip that said, there's cockroaches in my kitchen and the exterminator I hired to deal with it raids my fridge and leaves. I get mad at him, not the cockroaches. Yeah. Or, I hire an exterminator to do something about the cockroaches. And he then goes on Twitter and is like, we have to do something about these cockroaches. It's you! It's you, girly pop! I'll morgue. I'll morgue. I'll morgue out. Are Diamante and Morgan also technically red and blue, or is Diamante more gold? He's blue and gold. I get kind of a luxury vibe off of him. Did we get his profile? No, I think we still have Morgan. Funny that they're making me wait a sec to get his profile. What's... oh my god. Holy moly. Ruby, did you just cook like the most delicious grilled cheese there ever was? Something smells amazing. I think one of the neighbors is grilling hamburgers. It's so good. Sorry I can get you anything else to work with. Short notice. I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still. That's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing. He's the text message at the end of Ep 1. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. At the end of Ep 1, he was like, I got it. I got it. I got it. It was hard for me to get it, but I got it. I managed to get you a source. That's right. That happened. I forgot about that. I was so busy thinking about, like, themes. I was so busy thinking about, like, themes and concepts within this story. Spoken like a true addict. I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. This game's gonna have themes? Fuck. Shit. God. Damn it. I'm allergic to themes. Be the cyber! Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from brightly lit spots. Did you have a hard time getting it to load or something? Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras, past food stands and steam vents, down the rabbit hole. Sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town as long as you're trying to. Reinhardt's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. Need repairs? Call Gary. Thanks, Gary. Gotta be one of these 3 buildings. So let's go over what I know. Looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as a headquarters. Location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me with weapons drawn. So if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. There's no Gary on Twitch? How is there no Gary on Twitch? The windows are all dark, like no one's home. We haven't saved in a second. Actually, Gary is busy with his mod. I believe that like a brand new like game development engine just came out, like brought to you by the people who originally did Gary's mod. I saw some people messing around with it and they were saying it was interesting. They were making like 2D card games and shit, and I'm like, how is this a Gary's mod descendant? Cool. The windows are all dark like no one's home, but they're all shut too. So it could be that they're just tinted. Alley's clear. Oh, baby girl, did we have fun with the default Unity particle effects? We having fun with those? Might be separating from Gary's mod because Gary is a shithead. Well, death to Gary. To the lower wards with you. Fire escape's still there for the most part. Could pass for an alternate exit if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Well, this place looks like shit. It's more like a haunt just dry enough for users to pass out than anything else. Another chip! It's plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer of the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man. Respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt the least. There are a couple bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. Oh. Orca, very cute term. Organized criminal associate is the label most widely used within law enforcement for individuals who are members of criminal organizations. Sorry, I made my mouse really big. Supplementing terminology used during the first half of the 21st century in accordance with changes to the organization of recruitment for an internal culture within organized crime. Frequently abbreviated with some artistic liberty as orcs or the more common orcas, law enforcement professionals often use related nomenclature when discussing organized criminal activity in informal settings. For example, an orca may also be referred to as a killer whale, kale, or K-dubs. A group of orcas may be called a pod, while a known gathering place may be labeled a den. I don't think whales would have a den. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's certainly dark. There's a camera out front and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just a mechanic garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. Okay, might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. I looked at these out of order. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. But why do I feel like I'm being watched? Ooh. Oh. Hey! Great acting. You supposed to be on the lookout? Red Hood. What'd you say? People come down here to be anonymous are the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a faux pas to make an effort to remember someone. Yeah, interesting to talk about us going to hell and then hand us a biblically accurate angel child. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Go away? Well, at least they can take direction. Whatever, a lookout being around just confirms they've picked the right building. Time to try the door. What'll make them open up? I'm not gonna fax my piss. This is 2086. I'm gonna, like, give you a data pad of my piss. There's no need to, for being casual, I'm just gonna knock. No answer. Should I have tried knocking in a pattern? Shaving, a haircut. Oh, that'd be silly. Alright, you guys want money? I have money! I have money! Actually, a dark card. Oh, that should have provoked a reaction, a grunt, footsteps, something. Place my hand against the door absentmindedly, ready to move to plan B, and feel movement. Locks being chat pracks, a doorknob palmed. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First you try pushing. And that doesn't work. Naturally, you... forget it. I'll find some other... No need for master keys or any other trickery. You know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. Boy, Toxic's really made his mark all over this fucking place. Door's not the only thing that's been reinforced around here. This apartment building, motel, whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. Hallways blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture, access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Maybe a shooting gallery. Cooler tag than oat milk. Yes. With blaring musical accompaniment. Don't get any ideas. Got no vacancy. Oh, and here I thought I found my dream home, Mr. Call me Trey. Occupation freelancer, likes vending machines, skate parks, ice ships, dislikes rich kids, fried food, and cops. Loitering, 3 arrests, 0 convictions. Larceny, 2 arrests, 1 conviction. Truancy, no incidents on record. And too bad, we're closed this month. Wait, you're serious? You rent these out? Of course we do. This is a business. Right, and you, see a lot of demand? This is the lower wards, bitch. He sighs the word with that emphasis like a subconscious honorific. I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. Tons of stray ducks who pay top for a sight to lay low a night or two. I can see why. This is the hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. Look, the doors are heavy, the locks are all physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent. But like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on, up the stairs already. And no mask when we get up there. And curious, sir. Good mask is like a good pair of boots in the lower wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is... Seriously, stuff it in your pocket, now. Deflect. Forgot I was wearing it. Why so nervous, though? We're not... I mean, I ain't nervous. Nothing to worry about, then. Yeah, but you need to lose those gloves, too. So that's their game. This isn't a power move. It's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. Reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. Awesome prompt! Awesome. That's not happening. Bitch. Whatever, have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions. That does sound fun! Watch it. You're a guest here. Guest? I'm a paying customer. If you try to get removed any all articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Ugh, right behind you. I'm so glad she's up to something. I really like it when Morgan is up to something. Through here? Yeah, hey, I'll get the door. Ah. Oh, love this kid. Howdy! Where the hell did you find her? Oh, must have fallen into the canopy like ripe as shit fruit. Nice gun, damn. Cause if she didn't fall into the damn sky, that'd mean Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey? Hanks, come on, how hard is it not to open a goddamn door? It is a gun. Occupation handyman. Lakes, parkour, spray paint, stainless steel, dislikes, beer cans, water stains, cops. 2 arrests, no charges pressed, grand theft, 3 arrests, 2 convictions, incarceration, 18 months, juvenile correction campus. Ugh. Well, she has. Shut up. The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy's always like this. Pretty hard when your next paycheck pretends on you not opening that door. Yeah, I think Trey had no right answer there, you know? But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to the eye. You. Me. Who else? Hit that. Cigarette? Placed. Or don't. I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs. They think I'm a cop? They think I'm a cop and cops can't use drugs when undercover? I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal offense, but I gather that wouldn't sausage their concerns. Help a bitch out. Well, what's it gonna be? Asuaja, got it. Thanks, gang. Glad we're all on the same fucking team over here. Yeah, these guys are not particularly competent criminals. If they're thinking they can play these games with cops. I'm gonna refuse. That was in your mouth, man. What? Sorry, it's not that you're bad looking, it's just... Trey! Who the hell is this red bitch? You trying to jinx us? She's a customer. I know she's a customer. We get customers every other day of the goddamn year. Why'd you have to bring her in here tonight? There we go. This is it. Found the place. Well, Krieg, she's got... Look at me. Don't talk to Krieg. Talk to me. She's got a dark card. I ran the cereal downstairs. Scanner got hot like a hand when we're trying to crunch it, so... This is bad, OPSEC. This is terrible, OPSEC. You kids are stupid. It's legit, right? Dark card, huh? Yo, it's Lakers! Occupation entrepreneur likes making money, making friends! Dislikes doctors. Grand theft case dismissed due to lack of evidence. Extortion case dismissed due to witness recanting. Pronouns, any. Oh. Wow. A nod. Yeah, somebody named their kid after a basketball team. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. Whatever the specifics of their leadership structure, they're all looking up to this creek right now. But I don't know his rhythm, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden. Yeah, but tonight, Creek? With all the other shit we were expected to shovel? Hey, shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer. Customer, you'd think the word was old toothpaste, way he spat it out. Translation, outsider. Yeah, thanks, Miller, I know. Evans Miller smiles. Really liking these people having insane first names. Occupation tradesman, likes horror films, bubblegum terrariums, dislikes bookies, gin, and cops. Vandalism, extortion, and littering. Well, only vandalism and extortion. All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged. Look, she's here now. So why not take her money? Know what? I got a better idea. Apply directly to, it says apply directly to the forehead down in the corner here. Why not take her for all she's got? The metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in. And try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey now. You can put that away. Reholstered the firearm without so much a click of the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought. They've got something approaching discipline. Ugh, mind the safety. Get screwed. So, we good? We're good, we're good. We are good, right, Creek? Threading a thin needle, lady. A lot of moving parts beneath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah? Of course. You don't even notice him here. You do an inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of the quarter. Quarter? This ain't a mega operation, lady. We take our inventory daily. Torture. You gonna suggest we put it all down in a spreadsheet, get everyone to sign off every hour? We got a special name for anything with more than one signature on it. A cricket case. Cricko, combating racketeering, influence, and corrupt criminal organization case. Post-Cricko corporations with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges. They're instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Boo! Boo! He's corrupting the Cricko acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organization than guns ever will. Give a half-decent accountant one thread to pull on and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day. Hey, what did Creek say? Don't hover. It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you were bothering me, you'd know it. Did I interrupt the game? What's your poison? 5 card? Full blind? Monaco rules? Are those games? We just screw around with whatever we got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. You ever play around here? Now and then. The hell? You go slumming for card games? Now and then? Have I seen you at a game before? Maybe up by the 30s? Sorry. Must have been some other redhead. Damn, thought I'd finally got my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts. You practiced that one a lot? Practiced it a little? How's it working? Keep practicing. Oh, she's doing great here. That door's nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? That a walk-in freezer or something? What? No, we had an agreement about hovering. Yeah? Yeah. It's barred from this side. Oh, hey! I wonder if the person who was getting the shit beat out of them is on the other side of that door right now. What? Nothing. You're just kind of glaring at me. It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like you. Tank is just superstitious. Though I wouldn't call it a superstition, you know, until it stops keeping you alive. I'm not! Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something? It's your clothes. Again? Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code. It's not a code, it's just bad goddamn luck to wear red. Bad luck to see red, man. Same thing. Nah, you see the Red Hood, then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is... Oh. Are you scared of the Red Hood of death? Weird, but it won't doom you. Great, it'll only doom us. I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys. Really? You were blending in so well. The Red Rider Hood? The Shinigami? Grim Reaper of the lower wards? Spot her on a misty night, end up dead by morning light. Come on, Krieg, don't start that shit when you don't even believe it! Don't have to believe it, I've heard the rhyme. You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Little girl in the fog and a big red raincoat? Missed it in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers? Wanders the ward seeking revenge? I don't think I need to check the, I think I need to check the terminology on misted. Yeah, I got it. I got that one with context clues. They fucking she got sliced and diced. She got blendered. She got George Foreman'd. No, never. Not even uptowners knew this stuff. You gonna tell me you've never heard of the cyberpunk or Little Lord Next? Cyberpunk we did hear talk about. Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story and later having grown into a genre all its own, cyberpunk historically is referred to counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways over the past few decades, taken on new meaning as kind of a mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to. A code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community... Well, see, misted is a good one. If you're gonna describe somebody getting killed, listen, this is the most important advice I'll ever give you. If you want to describe somebody getting killed, but don't want to say killed, describe what happened to them. The algorithms can't catch it, and you can put a very upsetting image in your friend's mind. Like, if you tell your friends, yeah, no, there was a gang shootout. One motherfucker, he ran his mouth, he's hamburger helper now. See how much, like, it makes it nasty. It makes it real nasty. Yeah, I thought that was the thing, is that the guns are, like, super strong. Yeah, guns just do this now. Code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: there's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable must turn to the past for guidance? Guess I don't have a good ear for this kind of thing. Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are, says the grown man sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care to not walk any ladders for the rest of the night and we call it even? Walk under any... Where would you even find a... Oh, did you mean stepladder? Fuck off. Now I was afraid. You look pale as spit. As for some reason, I just got the horrible feeling that I lost a bet. You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty. Well, are our co-ops illegal, though? Feels like the Megs have done this already, probably. Well, that's just because I was exercising before you showed up. Uh-huh. Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend what's ours down here? I assume the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role. Think we can afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun, pulling the triggers. Also easy. Like kissing it goodbye, it'll rat you out first chance it gets. An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatality. Where is Sarah right now? Did Morgan hire a sitter? Is that what the video project is about? Is Morgan sending, like, Sarah out to do her little video projects and getting up to fuckery? You know, coming back with, like... Morgan gets up to fuckery, Sarah comes home first, and then Morgan just walks in with, like, fucking, like, CVS bags and shit, like, hi! Sorry, just had to run out real quick and pick something up. The big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone underneath them, it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Well, I'm sure you do very well in your fist fights. Fist fight is juvie. Sounds like recess shit. Sorry. Fisticuffs? Laugh it up! First time you hear the sound of steel arm makes caving a skull in, you'll get exactly how we operate. Right. Sorry. Alright, come here, pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. What was your first job? Waitress. Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m., diners filter out, doors close at 10. Y'all start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down. Then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes expecting you to find him a table. Yeah. Yeah, asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules, can't arrest him, can't shoot the guy. Even if you wanted to. So, related note, you're here to buy, a paying customer, happy to have you. Just read the room, okay? Sure. No haggling. Now what are you here for? Well, can't be honest about that. Time to build a story. This Creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple promotions under his belt. He might be on the 3rd floor at the moment. In spirit, he's still on the street, earning. Even above him is more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated, and he seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grab the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. That's better. The hell you do that for? It was too loud. We like it loud. Screws with bugs and wires and cops. Are you a cop? Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You'd end up yelling all the time. Relax, tanks. Like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth. Ah, that sucks. Does your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack as a retirement party or something? You're not that far off. His son's turning 18, and he wants a party. An organic party. How's that supposed to mean? Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. So boss goes and hands me his dark card, slaps me in the rear, and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever. That's rough. Pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour. Not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller! Stand up, raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. It's not complimentary, he's searching for something. See, normally, I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but bosses, right? Yeah. Might have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So, we're taking a little more care around new faces. Tucked inside her jacket, around the left pocket. His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language? Something you want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe? Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers? Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah? Oh, sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady like me, this part of town? Guess I was just being careful around new faces. Alright. You're letting her keep it? I got you here to protect us. Have to wonder, though. Why do high-power corporate mover shaker come in person? Why come to us? Why not go cross the skywalk over to the nearest Ikaria-owned dispensary? We're cages tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And who are the Ikaria? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but... well, I can read between the lines. They're the competition. So if these blue buds are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. Ikaria. Loosening international carbon. You can. Ah, they're unions. Well, ex-unions. By the mid-21st century, the Blue Bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port around the world, smuggling goods across borders and extorting multinational corporations by threatening to withhold or store merchandise as they entered the country. Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities for a time. The same period also saw cooling off hostilities between the Blue Bloods and many of their rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Their national presence is now relatively weak and remains so for long enough that the organization's broader global leadership is likely uninterested in expanding the resources it would take to change the status quo. I mean, sure. Everyone knows the Ikaria have taken the lion's share of the city. Didn't realize they had a monopoly, too. Hey, get it straight! The Ikaria won't be on top anymore once we... Never mind. Can we not do business? No one said that. So what'll it be? Well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own foam. Even if it'd be funny to watch. I figured I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Let half of them get high off the atmosphere. Downers, huh? Well, we got the new titrational lime, lasts for hours. Yeah, they can stir it in their watered-down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they? No. Not until the morning, at least. Alright, well, I can live with that. What you got on the other end? Got plenty, long as they don't mind hippos. Hypodermics, I feel like these baby shark types who get nervous around needles. Really loving that entry into the lexicon. Got anything that can inhale? Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down. Our best seller. Sounds great. Unfortunately, it's in high demand, so... Metahexafentanil is an illegal stimulant sold in black markets as a recreational drug under the street name Nirvana, sometimes shortened to Nerve, and taken as inhalant. It's a euphoriant with mild hallucinogenic properties. Cool! In recent months, its growing popularity has led to many suspect that the drug is being assessed for legalization by the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight. The process of consideration of drug for legalization is kept strictly confidential in order to prevent the rampant speculation. However, increases in the sales of precursor chemicals for making methylphenidate seem to indicate that producers are anticipating its legalization nonetheless. The relative obscurity of said precursor chemicals has made the uptake particularly noticeable, and supply has not been able to keep up with this elevated demand. I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it. Gladly. Typing away his tablet like this, he almost looks white collar. It checks out, right? Cereal's legit, so... Yeah, man, you already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. Not meant to be a one-tap purchase. Dark card, the gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. It looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognized it is because they got flashed all the time back at my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell in the black market, you couldn't ask for better. What the hell's going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. And a minimal mark, spending money that's not her own. They should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? Interesting decor. Really love this samurai sword you got off the Unity store. Finally someone notices. It's nice, right? It's called cherry wood. Redid the paint myself with a finish I had imported. It is a nice piece of furniture, Creek. But I was referring to your paperweights. Oh, yeah, that. You like it? I do. Sure. It has a certain rustic simplicity. No, it's not exactly gleaming. Have you considered giving it a polish? That'd be a crime. Huh? Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-won prize? Prize? It's not yours? Something I picked up on the job. Masculine voice muffled, possibly gagged, and stifled as if pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight. Really wish you'd left the music on, lady. Sorry, you say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear a word you said. Okay, that's okay. I didn't say anything. Guess you aren't so stupid you can't even mind your own business. Speaking of my business, how we looking? Card's still processing. Sorry about that. Guess it takes time to sneak a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power, too, apparently. Battery's plummeting. Ugh, dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth. Definitely didn't do its previous owner any good. Before I palmed it off his corpse. Momo, you're being naughty. Your boss must be a careful guy, delegating you to come down here with this. Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like he'd ever know the damn difference. Good on you, ripping off the bastard, a woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification and we're golden. There a problem? Yeah, is there a problem? No, no problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard. And what's that? That the Blue Bloods had gotten something special in recently. Can't trust everything you hear out there. Or read. Or see. No, of course not. But is it true? A null mask. Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to. Oh, come on, what could it even cost? A couple thousand? I wouldn't know, I'm no art appraiser. But I do know that it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent. But I don't think that translation does it justice. Momo's such a cute name that she would absolutely hate. I get to riff on her a little bit. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them. What's so special about it? I mean, them, if they exist, which they don't. You want a mask? You've already got one in your chin, lady. State puts up cameras, we put on masks. State adds layered scans, we wear helmets. High-tech climbs higher, low-tech punches lower. Back and forth, up the escalators. But a null mask got tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Anti-facial recognition fractalized active defense. And camera, scanner, or ad looks at that mask. They'll see a face within a face, within a face, within a face until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a null mask, you walk down the busiest street in the city and brick every camera in half a kilometer. It appears to be working on this application. What was that lag spike about? Translated literally as abilities, a world-renowned form of Japanese dance theater. Performers wear archetypal costumes and Maximus convey emotion through precise movement. Gloop's made of citrusy slime, even Momo would have a hard time. Yeah, but she would take a chunk. She would take a chunk. The masks are massively crowded with such a single static mask can give a sorrow, fear, joy, or terror merely by angling the head differently. Fun. We're learning. Isn't it fun to learn? You know your stuff. Why is this running like shit? Buyer beware. But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who got their hands on one wouldn't part with it easily. So how much? Yeah, maybe I'll come out and come back in here. Let's see. We'll save right here, and then yeah. Yeah, this might be a running Windows through Linux style problem. We'll see if restarting it. You know, this was an experiment. This was an experiment to see if this was totally doable. Yeah, they're leaning in and talking very slowly. Exactly. Here, let me restart the application just to see. We'll restart it just to see. Rude. Rude, 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 rude. The other thing is, like, sometimes, like, indie games will act weird on, like, Linux because sometimes there's things that are just weird about indie games because they are little independent projects and sometimes have very funny coding. We've all heard the horror stories about Undertale being a slimy mess of code that Toby Fox managed to get out there. All right, reloading. Let's see if it plays nice. So how much? Ah! What was the Balatro code snippet that everyone was memeing on? More than you can afford, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I got pretty nice stock options. Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for. End of discussion. Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for. You know, things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the backs of storage facilities, merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck. You weren't sent here on some errand. Shit. What? What is it? Take a long look, boys, because you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant. She's some kind of Mega Meg spy? If I was, couldn't exactly come out and say, now could I? Oh shit! Is it really this easy? Yeah, the consultant thing coming back here is really funny. Yeah, that's some real smart talk. Now give me one reason why I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall. Because I still haven't paid for my purchase. Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you that at some fancy uptown corpo school? Or was it something you were born with? Something I was born with? Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honestly, honesty always speeds up the negotiation. So, in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too? How's that? You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because I have something rare that you desperately need. Don't assume desperation or need. How about want? You want the dark card account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds. Why is that? To steal from your bosses. You don't know what the hell you're talking about! They're the ones stealing from us! Yes, I'm sure you have very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance. You want a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't misted me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So. Card for the mask. Not even close. Card plus 2/4 worth of my salary. That's nearly... sister, you don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. I don't like it, but... Not cash, then. Might as well try it. What about information, instead? I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it'd have to be one hell of a piece of intel. I could give you heartbreak. What'd she say? Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country, at some Meg's beck and call. Upgraded to anarcho-terrorist now, ugh. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having sure to the right stocks before each of his kills. Hold up. Seriously? No, why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily? I don't get the joke. Why would we want heartbreak? Learn from him? Make an example of him? Hire him? You blue bloods have been fighting the rust, the Ikaria, the state, and everyone wants a piece for decades. Yet heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him? Nothing you want to ask him? If he was sitting right in front of you? The following scene contains... really, really, really awesome little intersight there. Loud noises. Flashes of light. And depictions of violence and gore. Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that. Thought it was worth a try. Sorry, just procrastinating, having to go back to my superiors empty-handed. Nah, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card. It's just... that mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about. You're getting pulled in every direction. I know the feeling. Oh, it's a bunch of drama for nothing. She gonna buy or what, Creek? Oh, I'm still buying, not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is we're gonna spike the competition of this meet and greet, make the customer think they're drooling idiots. Mask was always a long shot. I was just personally curious. Curiosity can get you into trouble down here at the bottom of the world. Yeah, don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. And see that? Alright, let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please. Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh, yeah. I make snap with my right hand as my left extends toward the desk. Boy, they warned the shit out of us. Viewer discretion advised. Real quick, before I forget, you have a bag for all this? Yeah, I actually got a few in the The hell?! Only need to distract him for a second. Less than 1 heartbeat. Ooh, I like the paint job on it. I did tell him to mind the safety. The big one made a small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk out of his torso. Holy shit! Ugh. He jumped up fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind, emotion is shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. Loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in from his right. Bad instinct. He must have gotten used to the sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his bicep smacks dully onto my shoulder as I place my knife directly into his carotid. Ugh! Ugh. Ruby, she's killing! Yeah, but like a lot. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Carotid, sorry. Wait, is he really gonna try to pull it out? Ah! When applying first aid to a puncture wound, removing the foreign objects is not recommended. This can greatly increase the rate of blood loss. Another bad instinct. Oxygen cut off to the brain, already losing vision. Bread. And dropped with all the grace of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves... Hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member, weakest in the pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 2020. Gun's double-barreled, 2 shots. Spent. And Miller still has my knife in a literal death grip. I have to improvise for this last one. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, what the hell? Why not? Shit! Though, come to think of it, how do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Oh, fuck! Episode 2, baby! Wow, you know, she really did morgue all over the place, huh? She really morgued on them. She morgued the shit out of them. They're in the morgue, all right. She literally does have her makeup off, too. I feel like there was some commentary on that, but yeah, she doesn't have makeup. Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must hit a vertebra and stop dead. Still got the job done after a few whacks, but oh, it's my first time with a sword. She of until they deviled, yes. Oh, I've never been very good at anything the first time. Always needed lots of practice. Oh, okay, the music should have deadened the sound of the gunfire. And that gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still has its tags, they can't possibly be functioning properly. So, I got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on. Shit. Wow, someone's lively. Ew. Who the hell? Some kind of mod keeping him alive? Cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. Pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp. Paralyzed. Rules, I thought. Blood's pooling fast. You got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for what? Everything. You're no mega assassin. You're too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Gray Lady? All that red should have the Rust's newest rabid dog, Caribou? It's cute how you all give each other nicknames. You're a civilian? Where's a mask? Go to hell. You just looked right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. Need your keys? Civilian thief? Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence gets involved. So you're just out of your goddamn mind! I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice, but do you really want to be rude? You seem like you can take it. He clicks into the small safe and I pull open the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams text, all printed in red. This important? So consider it. Nah, just throw it anywhere. Okay. I was joking! 3 minutes. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is, the gleaming darkness of the back of the safe. So that's it, you, all this, all of us. For that? Just for that? Yeah, I get asked that question a lot. Would you feel better if I'd killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach? Would it have hurt you less? Hi, spoilers! Hi, spoilers! Spoilers, spoilers, spoilers! Hi, Kay, hello.
Excellent.
Hi, Raiders, welcome. She's of the deviling. You still got more than 2 minutes, plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face and for a brief moment the surface seems to writhe. Is it trying to adjust itself to me? I wasn't following you, rude of me. There we go, problem fixed. Suppose it makes sense, you wanting a mask so bad. I was as hideous as you on the inside. I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hit a nerve? Must be the worst kind of feeling. Being seen. Seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, they see you. Heartbreak. Yeah, big bad faceless heartbreak. I'm just a dumbass punk, but even I can make you out from... Don't flatter yourself. It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking. First honest thing you said. So what gives? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories out the window. You go around killing because your daddy smack you around? Your mommy not hug you enough? My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. A sufficient amount. The hell's your excuse? I don't make excuses. Then what the hell's wrong with you? Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you prefer I just come over there and squeeze? How many? Another question straight out of the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread? Okay, Jojo. Never. Got a gluten thing, bitch. Whatever. Point is, I'm not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want as often as I want to. Do what thou wilt. Follow the law. Is that it? I don't know what you're referencing. But from where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? Holy shit, cool music. I bring the mask back down to my face, and again its surface seems to shudder. Forget it. At least I know. You deserve what's coming. I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments, Creek. They're never that memorable. I told you that mask was a death sentence. That was spoken for. They called in a huntsman from overseas. Home turf. Huntsman can become anyone, go anywhere, kill anything. Supposed to come over and slaughter the rest. That mask is part of his payment. He'll be looking for it. Possession is 9/10 of the law. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Finders keepers. Forget it. I need to scare you. Huntsman, hunter, too much meaning. I always thought better translation was pelt taker. He'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin, then go around and murder everyone you've ever... Oh, they're laughing together, yay! What a face. Should have taken you up on dipping out early. Anything beat dying, staring at a face. That. So, huntsman, coming to get me. Nah, the dead and the dying make for strong bluffers. I've seen more than a few of them try their hand in improv. Time to move. I need to scuff things up a bit more before make this look more like an orca shootout than, well, visit from me.
Her adopted daughters.
Yeah, really. Oh, yeah. Ruby just said, "Good thing her adopted daughter is a killing machine." I'm really hoping for the Huntsman and Sarah showdown.
Is very strong, but chuny with it.
She's kind of chuny with it. Very agreement.
She could explode.
Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything, so I'd never bother to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But I might have the need for a knife again shortly. So I'll be taking this back, Miller. Oh, I had to pry. Why is it that the dead are always grasping? The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned, but now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but it can make a strong, educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with some heft to it. Morgan, you are so cool. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. And that sword's fine where it is. I'm not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. That's all the burning issues addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove my gloves to convince them I could use the dark card. That means I handle all the murder weapons with my bare hands. Obviously, I need to wipe all my prints off this gun and my knife. But I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. Okay, so what does that leave? Remember everything Morgan handled? Better try, the police don't miss fingerprints. You're sure you've got everything, you're good to move on, alright? Focus, no mistakes. Let's see, she touched the keys. Let's see, she touched the keys, she did not smoke. Right, the keys I took off him to open the safe. Oh look, a little fidget tubby or something. Blue Bloods are gonna find that I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And in the off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All that's to say, you can have these back, Creek. The dark card played its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off of it, but I might be able to use it again if... it's stuck. Creek must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way I'm gonna risk taking the whole reader with me. Could have any number of pings and strings leading back to the manufacturer of the Blue Bloods themselves. Now, wipe the dark heart off and then set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Freak's pod mugged it off some slumber and we're trying in vain to get beer money off of it. Oh, Morgan, you have to leave the dark card? Oh, I don't like that we're leaving the dark card. Wait, what got set off? The remote, yep. This is the remote I used to distract the big guy. I need to wipe the prints of it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, I was playing when I first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. And besides, what was he said? We like it loud, screws with the bugs. He's right about that much. A little smoke screen never hurts. Sword. I gripped the handle with both hands and I brought it down on his neck. Thinking back, I dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? Yeah, that was really cool, Morgan, and completely unnecessary. Ah, shit. Probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... Nah, forget it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Yeah, she's a little chuny with it. Fingerprints can be wiped. There's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from a modern forensics team. And I'm not going to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bobbies. Let's see, we didn't touch the cards. We didn't touch the trash, we didn't touch the speakers. We touched the papers! Where are the fucking papers? We touched the papers. Wait, can I not get to the papers? Holler if you see those papers anywhere. Door stuck. I assume that whoever or whatever is behind that door is coming up soon. I don't think I can get to the papers, or maybe the papers don't have a clickable. I don't see anything else that I can, so maybe the papers don't count. Maybe, I think that was everything. I think that was everything, yeah. I think she put her gloves back on before touching them. Oh yeah, that's right. She did the killing with her gloves off and then put them back on. Okay, so the time that she had her gloves off was actually pretty short. All right, I think that was everything. I'm gonna advance. Can't exactly spend all night on this. Am I good here? I think that was everything. I didn't touch the smokes. Oh, that's funny though. That's why the smokes mattered, isn't it? I'm gonna call it here. Yeah, okay, this feels like the scene's been set. Yay! We did it, I think. Huh, it's a strange sensation erasing your own presence. Since a supremely private accomplishment. Like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle. And then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. By the way, if you did smoke the spliff, she literally just smokes the entire thing to nothing here. That's fucking awesome.
CDI.
Ruby says like the gif of the king from the CDI Zelda game. Time to draw this to a close. That's fucking hilarious. I wish I had done that. Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells god-awful in here, but it's bearable. Ugh, rehydrated sweat and vomit. Scents full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, it'd be a risk of getting sick. Ugh, if it weren't for all the blood. Oh, right. What to do with you? Blindfolded, gagged, hands bound above him with plastic ties and linen wrappings, beaten, bloody, and drugged? These syringes. They wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kind of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do under these circumstances. You must have wished for death at least once during all this torture. Too bad. The bat that barred this door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize that this room was locked from the outside. If this captive had somehow gotten his hands on a blade, there'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for the deaths of 4 of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up on trial for the world to see. They'll wrap things up for me. Huh? Hold that for me. As for the gun... What's with the... All I did was tuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay. I can see how that would be distressing under the circumstances. This game rules. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Oof, oof. Out again already? Huh, rest up while you can. When you wake up, you'll want to start running. Yay, daytime! What? Did you read what Fire Mountain wrote?
Yes. Attack.
Ruby liked your joke, Fire Mountain. Plan's gonna sunk if he can't get unbound before the cops show up. I assume she, like, loosened it a little bit or something. Like I practiced. USA. I can never say that word correctly. Pardon? Keep working on it, kid. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee. How's it working out? It is she, right? Never worked this close with an ad before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. She's fine, good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. This is the place with the android bartender? They talk like it installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. She could have shot off his vagina bones. Happy May 13th anniversary of that post. Give it up for vagina bones, everybody. We love our vagina bones around here. Funny. What's that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Did you cheap out on her bass installs? It's like I have to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. Paralegal apprentice. Likes split-field diopter, Wing Chun, and folding clothes. Dislikes mops, fire alarms, and variety packs. Useless talent. I can do a full split, but that is not useless. Fave quote, as you think, so shall you become. Confession, I tried to use Adonai's makeup and broke a lipstick. I love that she tried to put makeup on. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. Once she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up. I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know? Favor? Plenty of people out there would kill to work in an up-and-coming bespoke establishment like Bar Kintsugi. I think I hear them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day, indefinitely. But their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during that downtime, ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all, but Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't that on the books. After the fallout, hi Kafka, around David's death settled down, I came to realize how shortchanged I was in our paralegal department. She's handy for research and rote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my time alone. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting this bar up and running. Yeah, it takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, loan, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and clocks out, does the work, cleans the bathroom. She's the employee. If she was an employee, to have her cover the benefits. Have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket. I checked 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person. She walks like a person, talks like a person, and works like a person. The Supreme Court disagrees. By 13-0. We stuffed the Supreme Court. Awesome. Yeah, well, Supreme Courts have been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Do I hear it? Touché. Sarah, tell boss here what you spend your money on. Here, now we know. Now we can find out about Diamani. Owner-operator, likes libraries, boating, fast learners, dislikes marketing, solicitors, signing things, collects ancient coins, dislikes web pages that take too long to load. Boy, is that still really a fucking... Well, of course that's a fucking problem. I have started purchasing cases of wine. What? Wait, that's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value increase, especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense, but if I stay up to date with the sommelier reviews, so you resell the wine at a profit, and what'll you do with that money? Stop it, you're making her depressed. I did also purchase a cache of sheet music. What? What for? Practice? You're muttering. Forget it, none of my business. Speaking of business, the place isn't exactly packed. Well, are you volunteering to help with that? There are lawyer bars, right? Where all the lawyers go after trials. Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar. Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse, though. Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all the stress on my stomach. Sarah, 10 bar. Ahem. What are you buying, stranger? What was that? Boss has been teaching me his bar-side manner. He says the clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here. And so you're using a deeper voice? Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order. Ah, cute. Okay, I'm gonna jump up for just one eeny-weeny second because I am allowed to do that. Also, we've been streaming for 2 hours. Holy shit, this game. I'm pretty sure Morgan's profile says she dislikes the violin because Sarah's practicing it. Oh god, that's cute. Let's see, does this work? Oh, this is the old screen. Okay, I'm showing the old screen for a second. Cope. Anyway, I'll be right back. Can I make it run a commercial? Oh, I don't have the shortcut to run a commercial set up. Shit, oh well. This. The boat. The boat being the background. Yeah. The boat does work in Linux, by the way. That I checked. Anyway, I will be right back in just a moment, kiddos. I'm switching to the one that says be right back because that's what I'm doing. Woo, I'm back. You know, it is a very beautiful bar design too. Am I still here? Am I still functioning? Let's see. One minor Linux problem we're gonna have to figure out is the hand tracker keeps cutting out. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, I don't need it. Like, it just means I can do this. Like, you know, I don't need to be able to do this. But I like being able to talk with my hands. But, you know, it's not supposed to work at all. So the fact that it's even, like, kind of sort of happening is like, I'll take it. I do wonder. Yeah, no, still a miracle. I do wonder, like, if on the back end, instead of, like, actually, like, fixing the problem with the hand tracker, I could just set up something, and I'm sure one of the fucking, I say this with love, one of the fucking dweebs that I know can help me with that, because I could just set it to be like, oh, the hand tracking software crashed. Okay, just silently reboot it. Then the hands just conk out for 1 second, and it's fine. No one will even notice. It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Is that dweeb you? I'm not the dweeb who knows how to fix that problem. I'm a dweeb in lots of other ways. Wait, is Linux having a funny week? Is something going on for Linux? Nice ambience, soft lighting, warm on a chill night and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is wait for the customers to stream in. Any day now. This is such a sweet and lighthearted moment, like, compared to the fucker. I know React is having a... Wait, what is the funny week? There were vulnerabilities and also Cemu got hijacked with malware code. Awesome. Boy, I learned the most cyberpunk-ass concepts while we are streaming. Was it last week or the week before that we learned about the wetware computer? Rain must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded, nor already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling in here starts to grime up, could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. Hey, can we see through the ceiling up here? Did I see like a vehicle go by up here? Oh, I'm seeing the shadows of stuff going by. That's what I'm seeing. Computer, make my diamond sexy as hell. They do got wetware in this game. Sarah's wetware. She's artificially grown human, more or less. Yeah, she's not wetware in the, like, you know, the modern chain that we seem to be following here. Especially considering what we were learning the other day about, like, what we're developing with, like, you know, like the human brain, wetware computers and stuff like that. We're not gonna develop like a fake brain. We're just gonna do a brain. Like, we're just gonna jump straight to the brain part. I know, we'll fix it. Don't worry, we'll get there. If any of the timing in here starts to, oh, I read that. Okay, so it's just shiny on the ceiling. I thought you meant like organic computer wetware. I do. I do. We had a whole lesson last week that there are wetware computers. Like, they're real. They're expensive and limited, but not only are they real, they are real, they can play Doom, and not available now, but available very soon. You don't even have to have a wetware computer because they are a plugged-in cloud thing. Yeah, I guess all of us are wetware computers that can play Doom. I'm not, though. I wasn't allowed to play Doom when I was younger. It was too scary. I would... Actually, it's a very funny story because, my... Can't anything play Doom? Well, anything can play Doom now. To be more accurate, the wetware computer was the player of Doom, which was the interesting part. I believe Doom was running on a traditional computer. When I was little, though, speaking of like playing Doom and things like that, my sister and I have like a 4-year gap, which as grown-ups like isn't really all that much at all. But when we were younger, it meant that there was like a really decent chunk of time where I was like, you know, like 9 through like 14 and like those kind of ages where like she was still a bit younger. So I also like my sister, and like we would hang out. So my mom would be like, you know, if we get a violent video game or whatever, like, you know, like you can play it, but I don't want your sister in front of it because it was the 90s, and we were very, 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 very worried about that in the 90s. You guys have no idea how worried we were about violent video games being an influence in the 90s. Big fucking concern. But yeah, my parents were always like, you can play violent video games, your sister cannot, and I was like, well, I want to hang out with her. So like I missed the boat on all of them. They could have ran Doom on the wetware they had at the lab I got to tour. Did you get to run code on the wetware computer? Did they teach you more about how the wetware computer works beyond like what I'm getting out of the magazine articles? Because that I would love to know. That I would love to know. A potato cannot run Doom. Though they did teach you more, because cool. Because like the version that I'm getting in like the newspaper, in like the Guardian or whatever, when we were looking at the article last week, it was cool. But what I was getting was like the version that was the PR explanation of how this works given to the journalist and then filtered through me. So they were making it very accessible. You know, I want the nitty-gritty details here a little bit. I want to see some paragraphs that go over my head, you know? Anyway, I'm gonna keep clicking around this room. I have to sadly report, a pregnancy test cannot run Doom. That was an Arduino with an OLED display inside of a pregnancy test case. Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. In retrospect, we should have been more worried about violent video games giving you a military career. Amen to that. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash after I'm done reading. Sirius debuts new fuel, named in new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth. Oh no, not another genius. For the dozenth time in their storied career, they announced they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel. One intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. How the fuck do you make a helium-based fuel? It's very, we're learning about the wetware computer. Very much like a regular computer, you hook up electronics that can read and trigger signals in neurons, and then you just kind of go for it. Works very much like a transistor. See, the you just kind of go for it part, I want more details about. Wait, there are many helium fuels? What? I thought a noble gas would make a terrible fuel. I thought that shit was stuck. What? Really? Only a few days later, they made headlines again when that patent was leaked to the global net. HE3 is the most potent resource for rocket fuel. We want to mine the moon for it because it's limited on Earth. Oh. Oh, finally, an expert on helium. Misha's here. You hook the neurons up like a regular CPU. So do you just decide, like, these are gonna just be our I/O points? Like, you just, like, put them together in a transistory shape? Wow. Cool. We, now Protec, an investment firm and longtime financial backer of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging that not only that Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investment, actually allowed the leak to occur. You can force noble so it is, you just put them together and see what happens. Wild. You can force noble gases to bond to stuff, but they are unstable, which I assume would mean releasing a lot of energy when those bonds are broken. He dunked me and I read this too because I was like, what the fuck? Isn't there a helium shortage of slurs? But apparently it's one isotope that there's a shortage of. Oh. Oh, I see. The thing about helium is it's the simplest molecule. Oh! Oh, so that's it! Helium is very stable, but if we beat the shit out of it, it breaks apart into the most hyper-reactive thing we fucking got. Got it. Okay. 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 That's making a little more sense to me. We sat down with Dr. Sirius to ask them to respond to the suit's allegation and question about their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes the process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you're not plugged into an outlet, you're running on a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. No, actually, we didn't have passengers. I did see a totally solar-powered drone on YouTube the other day, though. Well, time to get in. Did you not already have one? I thought that was like an entry-level one. Did we not really? How do you really? Huh. I just assumed we all got our fetishes out of the fetish starter pack. They used to send that shit out like those subscription CDs in the 90s. Just like the really matter of fact, I like latex, which can be inflated. I hope I get a hollow. Wait, what is the hollow rare fetish? Please, by all means, tell me what that one is. Hollow rare, being into inflated knees, but there's a spelling error. Being into inflated bees. And it's yeah. Anyway, let's see. Back to this task. Aside from the number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. Yay! Wells were pumped dry years ago, so after we're forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen became the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane I took to get here runs on hydrogen, produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? The problem is the laborers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid that if the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark would blow up the whole airport. There's probably a fetish that involves helium. Yeah, it's inflation. Chipmunk voice fetish. I like that one. You gotta grow the neurons into shape somewhat, as far as I know. I have no clue to do that. And the lab had no clue either at that point because they were just figuring it out. Once you get them all wired up there one-to-one with a shitty transistor. I don't know that the voice filter is working right now. The voice filter is probably not working right now. I probably have to port that over. We'll get there. They had a RISC CPU designed for rat brain monster that I got to send some instructions through. Cool. Yeah, I gotta bring it over to Linux. It'll happen. It just hasn't happened yet. Ah, shit, gas is $8, but my wife is a huge balloon. Fuck! How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? HE2 is non-combustible, and in presence of our specialized catalyst, it can be ignited to generate force comparable or to, in some cases, superior to the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. What's the catch? So far, it's expensive to distill. And the catalyst material is even more expensive to produce. We have yet to even simulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. That's a pretty serious catch. Yeah, steel wasn't profitable for the Bessemer process. Things panned out for the steel tycoons just fine. Are you hoping for someone else to do that, improve our money process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer is yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve upon what we'd built. That's essentially what ProTech has accused you of doing, isn't it? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it? I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and boy, this game, yeah, I'm sorry that I said catalyst wrong. This game really has a higher expectation of my vocabulary than is the case, but we learn! I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and summarize ProTech's lawsuit against me and my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it. And since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough time scale, trend to zero. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say that there are people who don't like that very basic math. I'm going to stop you there because you're getting into our next topic, your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. Well, thank you. Sound effects are down. Yeah, no sound effects will be coming back. Again, there are some hiccups with us being on Linux. We're getting there. Those I should be able to get over. Yeah, not to get all wholesome. I think I've been thrown into the air. I'm gonna stop you there. Let's see. Are you, or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? No. Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yes. So why is it that you're so frequently invoked as an example of the liberal bias of the sciences? Science is not political. Science is progress, moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of all its mechanics, and that process will never be conservative. Science doesn't move backwards. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret as you like. Here's what's not open to debate is what makes something science has nothing to do with who works and has nothing to do with class, power, or money, or majority rule. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it. And so science is inherently egalitarian. Well, you know what? I really do appreciate the fact that this game is expecting highly of you. This game is expecting you to read. This game is expecting you to understand scientific concepts. This game is expecting you to follow along. They want you to think. It's good. If someone feels that because of that science has a bias against them, then that speaks only to their own politics and not the failings of the scientific community to log in with your Review Plus account to finish your Pass your net provider, finish reading this article, and see so much more. For a pop sci figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Did it expect us to talk about fetishes? Yes, I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant, but I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. I can't deny they seem to be making progress in new kinds of fuels. It was a fuel that they developed. Wait, what did I have a clip of? Wait, what did I have a clip of? Uh-oh. Some of the only new fuels we've seen in decades. Could be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Please don't throw that data pad out. Its owners might come back. Okay, that's something we've seen before, too. Oh, perish the thought. Though, now that you planted the idea into my head... Self-fulfilling prophecy. What have we not investigated? These usually auto-advance after you've poked everything. What have I not? What have I missed? Did expect us to talk about fetishes? You know what? I'm gonna echo that, yeah, there's a non-zero discussion, there's a non-zero chance of a discussion about fetishes. Wait, yeah, wait, did I just get it to ding? Oh, wait, there it is. It's the cat. Yeah, I'm like hovering over everything but the last thing. There we go. It's a lucky cat. Yeah. Did you say something, Adonai? No. I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, she's so cute! She killed like 4 people last night. Neko unlocked! Wait, Neko unlocked what? Is this a phone charm? Is this a phone charm? Do we get a new phone charm? Sato Stuck is still so fucking funny. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny that they did that one. Oh, fuck me, Dad. Are you serious? Hold on, let me move my head down here so you can see. That's really good. That's delightful. I really like the powerful Sarah. She'll hang out with us for a moment. So, like, after last week's stream, I went on and looked, and by the way, Nth Circle is doing like a thing, doing like a little poll. I think I found the link on Steam. They were polling people for what, like, of the Devil products you might want, what gizmos and gadgets you might want from them. So if anybody wants any stuff, go and vote. I specifically went looking because what I want, I assume exists somewhere. It has to. They need to make it fucking exist. Is I wanted a sticker of Morgan in her like wanna bet pose with like the wanna bet words because I wanted to put it on my laptop. Morgan morged the fuck out. We have had a busy show from Our Lady. Wouldn't that be good? Right? Like, I want that. And I went and looked, and nobody else seems to have made it happen yet. Like, I even checked like Etsy and things like that just to see if somebody had jumped in it. Nobody has yet. I'm sure it's gonna come, but like, give me a fucking sticker, dude. What is funny is like, I was very surprised that merch didn't exist. I was like, wait, what do you mean merch doesn't exist? Because they did all this stuff. You guys have all this. I sort of figured that I would be able to buy all this. They generally bring the phone charms to conventions. But I have to go and... fine. I have the Sarah one birthday present from... That's... cute. Cute. I think I'm ready to order. I'll take this one, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit. No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them. Then pretend to clean them like a normal employee. Understood! What's got you so tense? Take a wild guess. Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? Your information was accurate, for the most part. Pot of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seems like they were told to sit on it. Were they willing to sell? Nope. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled Meg, and kicked my butt out the door. They weren't curious where you got your information from? Honestly, no. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Anything you want to ask me? How did you two meet? This is one of my favorite Sarah faces. You have to remember, Nth Circle is a team of 4 people. I know, but one, I want it. 2, I feel like there's got to be a million artists out there. Maybe I'm underestimating how popular this game is. I sort of assumed this game was like huge, but maybe it's just because I hang out with people who are obsessed with it. And 3, I want it. Ruby says it's still kind of small time right now. Everybody talk about Of the Devil. Tell all your friends to play Of the Devil. Everyone needs to play Of the Devil right now. Make this company more money so I can buy some fucking merch. It's popular with lesbians. Okay, well. Anyway, now that I've peeked the microphone, let's play the game. How'd you two meet? The tables. On my second day, you told me not to over-polish them in order to keep things lofty. Lo-fi. Is it that inappropriate of a question? You've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Adonai didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship and master's in... If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. How we met, huh? I have to assume it's also popular with Ace Attorney fans, but Fire Mountain did just say it's popular with lesbians, so I guess that is covered. Yeah. Not very good. I'll just skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. It's popular with gay little freaks. Hell yeah! I pay Ryan a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. I think there are a lot of Ace Attorney fans who don't know this game exists yet, which is tragic. Now, you know my terrible secret. Disappointed? It's not illegal to gamble. I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous mass ball cult vibe blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me the tables to play at. Guilty. So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours without so much as your phone. You gonna turn me in? You're a shy. Or is it more firm? You're a shy. 2 firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits, the shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. More emphasis on the raw. Oh, thank you. I think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on. Please excuse me then. Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Diamani. Pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. If you'd come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt. We look like petty landlords to you. If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel and deal. How about you? We're not here to shop, either. We're here looking for Morgan. Well? That name ring any bells, Mr. Diamani? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure. Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I'm a Morgan. Esquire, specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. Get a business card somewhere. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for... You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. Business day is over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Great manners, this one. Time sensitive then? My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So, who is we, then? You think you're funny? Yeah, compared to you. Morgan! These fine gentlemen are from House Ikaria. One day I'll get that right. On occasion, information you wrote away to your collect in previous episodes will unlock new dialogue. Yay! Ikaria. Pays to stay informed. I'm familiar. You are? Seen their name in the papers. Plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were cursing it out last night, so maybe that propaganda's working. Doesn't matter how generous they are at galas, they're still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city. Rich and powerful, why bother with the criminal qualifier?
Hey.
Am I right? Sorry, might I ask about the nature of this engagement? The situation is developing, Mr. Diamani. We appreciate your patience. Oh, that's not what you want to hear. So I gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business, or? The Ikaria are the Ikaria. The Ikaria are always business. Shall we get you your coat? No such gentlemen knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine, though. Don't I? What's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. These men are very athletic. Ikaria. Ikaria. I need to hear somebody else use it in context, so I'm gonna keep fucking it up. Ikaria.
You're in trouble.
I'm always in trouble with Fire Mountain. My goose is always and forever cooked. All right, Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain, this is gonna be torturous. Hop in Showtime, does A real fast. Is my audio? Oh yeah, no, my audio must be coming through. These men are very athletic. But perhaps I should come with you. If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah? If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Boss? Hi!
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Ikaria.
Ikaria.
Do that again?
Ikaria.
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 Yes.
Ikaria. There's a little bit of a rolled R in there that's not happening. Ikaria.
Yeah. It's like you would kind of hit like the R in like kind of a subtle sort of like LR sort of way like that in Japanese, right?
Oh.
You don't super need to.
Ikaria.
No, that's too much L.
Ikaria.
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 Yeah.
Ikaria. Thank you, Fire Mountain. Cool game, by the way. Love this Morgan.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome, right?
She's pretty fucking awesome. Boy, it's gonna be really nice when I'm caught up with this, and then when Ep 3 drops, we can experience it at the same time.
Oh, that'd be so exciting.
I know! It's like a book club with murder, which actually I think a lot of book clubs have.
Yeah.
Yay!
See you later.
Bye! That's Fire Mountain from the Fire Mountain channel. If you go to the Fire Mountain channel and click on Fire Mountain, you can listen to Fire Mountain more. She's probably still putting her headset away, so while she's not here, let me tell you a secret. I think she's really cool, and I'm glad that we're friends. And I think she's very funny. New clients for Morgan. Really. Hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully. Because of House Icaria. Because if House Icaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. But what do you mean by house? All right, pal, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, you might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area, so never use crushed, okay? Starts to melt into the liquor, waters the whole thing down. Understood. 1.5 ounces of vodka. What do we look for in a good vodka? Smoothness. Correct. It's the mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility, you know what that is? Historically, the ruling class is enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familiar relations. Juice of a full lime. Look for a little spring and a consistent color across the skin. Nobility, old money is another word for it, and the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much of wealth you could accrue in a lifetime collecting from serfs and selling houses, horses. The Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like. Then you get new money, which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other. Doesn't new money eventually become old money? The old money can help it. No one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Tried to make the transition, join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages, laugh at the bad jokes. Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right. Not the kind of bad that I'm talking about. I don't understand. That's alright, you shouldn't need to know. But what do you mean your family was new money? Times changed. About 30 years ago, recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they're so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. Decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. So while everyone else is panic selling off everything they could to buy food and water, certain type of personality was buying for pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel from that lime, shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with. New money. A new kind of new money, the new nobility. Neobility if you're writing a think piece. Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons. When the governments of the world tried to reprivatize the industries they'd taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. And they started at the bottom: steel, fuel, grain, machine parts.
Oh my god, that happened to
Medicine. Ruby said, oh my god, that happened to Russia.
like literally.
Here and then, and here enters House Icaria. Icaria. Or that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade as Icaria Cartel, drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves, murderers. They came out one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you, and put the top on tight then shake. So they're a crime family? Like the mob? This is a 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Ikaria is not literally one family, not one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminals organization in the city. On paper. But not in practice? Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty, haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards for years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and, you know, more than a little insider trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophied. Time for a taste test. Oh, that's not right at all. The hell did I forget? Us? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times. Yeah. So, what did the Ikaria, you know, it's just destroyed. It's just destroyed in my mind. What did the Ikaria do to Ikaria? Dude, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. Do to set themselves apart from the rest back then. Stupid most important ingredient. Drop of grenadine. Very cute photo of a cocktail. The Lady Maria. Ooh. Is beautiful. This is nothing. We'd use a frosted glass if this was a customer. Looks like a ruby in the light lighting. Right lighting.
Can't say shit. Sorry, I love you.
Ruby's dunking on me. I love you too. If you do end up helping Red work with the Ikaria. Don't let the warmth of their golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. Both Abbott and Costello riding in the front had no way of getting information out of them. You know, not even passively. So instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways that this could go. Haven't liked any of them so far. Suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. Don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in all the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they've placed their attention on me. And there's little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here. We were too late. Only by a few minutes. He filled the time slot. Already? Then we got no chance of... maybe if his other meeting went well. Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? Quiet! I take it he's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You can take photos if you like, so long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone won't work in here. Go figure. If I weren't hyper aware of the flickering sky hanging over my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. There's probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they'd spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees, they'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue it's an efficient way to fish. Yay! Something to read! Is it trying too hard if I look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe. But my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. PSS Proposition City ahead of the next month's convention. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Mathings, we heard about this guy before, expected to face significant opposition from party outliers before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for supposed lack of sufficient convention security. Boy, I talk a lot, and it catches up. The city has already approved a record high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks. But a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing the cops are dying in the lower wards. Wonder city officials gonna say enough is enough. Oh, fuck. That guy in the bathroom was a cop. Somebody was a cop. We have the utmost respect for all first responders. None of us are blaming the hardworking police for these failures. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they try to apprehend criminals with one hand tied behind their back? Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, love that term, and enhanced interrogation tactics. And any of the subhuman scum who empathize with the anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basements when we can get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. City Council declined to comment while we reached out to them. I love that they've talked like the fucking loser tough guys. City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them and asked whether they would be issuing a request for proposals on such services. The total city population is expected to swell next month as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of the 2-week-long process. Most of the community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism events expected to bring, but some who refused to give us their permission to publish their identifying info rudely and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago? It's a joke, and we're the punchline. Footing the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers. This article was presented advertising for the computers from computers donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation. Please sign in to read the rest. Oh, this was on PBS. That does sound like her, yeah. Suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. I think you missed something at the end there. Wait, let me look at that again. The Rockford Fund. Wait! Emma Rockford. Emma Rockford. Girly Pop. What are you from No, we had that little side convo. At the end of chapter 1's big side adventures, where she hinted that she came from money. Whatever, got the important part. City's hosting that convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on hiring mercenaries. Whether or not to bring in private security contractors on top of the massive police budget makes a little difference to me. Cops and mercs have different quirks, but they all share the same blind spots. I'll be just fine. How the average law-abiding citizen will put up with them clogging the streets for 2 weeks, though? Not like it'll be the least popular political decision made next month. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate. That was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public position he's willing to stomach against how many favors he feels like giving out. Ba-dum-bum! I'll fix that, don't worry. I just haven't had time to bring sounds over. This country's already a circus without any bread. You'd think at least they could do is make for performances entertaining. What was that about the cops dying in the lower wards, anyway? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing, even when pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens sparkling like rainbows. across a puddle. Might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards, too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. Well, I've looked around everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking. What are they? Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. Cool. Love this guy. Boy, somebody watched their fucking samurai movies, huh? You can't say gilf. Capitalize it. Put your whole heart into it. Stop staring and get a move on. That's the kind of man walking out of this place. Who's waiting for me inside? Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought the Mafia of all people would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? That even here in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all? She's the one? Doesn't look like much. Suddenly, their posture stiffens even further, a true feat. Their necks subtly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Be still, the young master returns. We're about to meet the coolest guy imaginable, or a big fucking loser. I was right on the second one. You're late! Oh, hold on, wait. Young master, sir, Everyone slow down. We came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was... This is just some sassy lost child! Silence! Yes, sir. What time are you told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. And what time is it now? Permission to check my phone? You're late! You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, you'll speak when I tell you to and not one word further. Or else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Please let this be a prank. And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred. The lead up to my execution is some kid reading from Art of War. I might just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir! When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So say I. God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time, again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there, kid. Now, both of you get out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You. Red woman. You're being addressed. Lost child is reading Sun Tzu, setting up for a career as a spoiled nobleman with too high of an opinion of himself. Yeah, you know, I think I'm trying to understand why, Ikaria. I have to get it right. I have to get it right. Ikaria. I hear Ruby's chair coming over. There are two things that send my blood running cold. First is when I say something ridiculous and I hear Ruby's chair come over. And second...
Am I scary?
Second is when either Fire Mountain or especially Blonde Kayvon just says gloop with no punctuation in lowercase in chat. And it's like, oh, my corn is about to be cobbed. Forget it. I just want this over with as fast as possible.
I actually just came over to clean up the crumbs.
I was going to clean up the crumbs.
Well, I'm doing it.
Well, thank you for cleaning up my crumbs. Well, Ruby has the physical presence. Trust me, you're scarier in person.
I just come over and I smile at you.
Yeah, Ruby just comes over and smiles at me.
Yes, that's.
Fire Mountain can do psychic damage with her judgmental gaze. She has used it on purpose. You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer, Morgan, criminal defense, Mr. How should I address you? As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto of House Ikaria. Dork ass, fucking weeaboo ass, fucking loser shit ass, fucking punk ass.
I don't think they're a weeaboo, babe.
I think it's possible to be actually Japanese in a weeaboo. I think we're looking at it
true.
happening.
Okay, true.
You, Morgan Criminal Defense, have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do. Right. Out of abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh. I'll have to kneel on a bed of nails later or some such thing. Sun Tzu is from the east. Because the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The west. Mrs. Defends. Oh my god, you're a fucking idiot! You're a fucking idiot! Oh my god, you stupid ass child! Sun Tzu is the east, Juliet is the sun. Boy, if anybody never needs to write a girl Sun Tzu story, how would you even do that? But go with Juliet as a name. Or maybe something Japanese. Or maybe something Chinese.
Okay? Do you know things? I love you. What? Shih Tzu is the dog, true.
Everyone was harmed in the making of this video. Mrs. Really? The house has need of your legal services. Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. Right then, so you wanted to hire me. One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You'll defend him. Oh! Well, I wonder who has multiple homicide charges. I think they said Ikaria at the beginning. You want to hire me, and I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in the phone book? I have many books on my phone. Libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Ikaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you. True, we have lawyers, competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied. That's it? They're all just preoccupied? Preoccupied means busy. Thanks. But I'm not still sure how my name specifically was. Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Mr. Fens? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about? Well, normally it wouldn't matter. But when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. What is this in reference to? Of course, my apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I'll permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, and this is just another job, meaning all of this starting back at the bar. This has all just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here. An oasis of old-world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores, is what the house elders say. I've never seen anything like it. Matches your family's reputation for class. Ha! My family's reputation is power, not class. I'd take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. That's a moot point. Violence can be classy. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines I read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly depending on who you ask. I really like Makoto, do you notice how reading I am? Do you notice how looking at the book I am right now? I do that. That's what I do. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Others think you've left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family. You're expecting me to ask you what you think? What I think is I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. We're financiers. You don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. The Ikaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. The Ikaria Financial Group is a private investment company, one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers as of 2086. Having a very strong mental image of Makoto wearing the Here Comes the Special Boy shoes plugged into a generator being carried by the family goons. Yeah. We believe that investing should be accessible to anyone, and that's best accomplished by tailoring their investment forward to suit their specific needs. Interested in working with us? Let's get started in Profit Below so we can determine your options. Remember, even if you unfortunately aren't a good fit for IFG itself, we'll always be happy to stay with one of our more of our partners that are better suited to our class. Ikaria Financial Group. Fancy way of saying they got this start as mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't let them get into the ballrooms and boardrooms tiers of society. Oh, do we have his profile? Really loving such impudence on the weight. Occupation, heir apparent, unemployed, student. Likes, biographies, shogi, amber. Dislikes, tardiness, targent, group assignments. Fave figures, Saladin, Sun Tzu, and Hannibal. Fave phrase, Ve Victus, literally woe to the conquered. Loser. Relaxes by building and painting models. Fucking dork ass, punk ass. Boy, you remember? Boy, when that door opened and I was like, we're about to meet the coolest person in the world or a fucking loser. Yeah, I really leaned into the turn on that one. I gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Listen, some people are child prodigies at being a fucking pussy-ass bitch, and I think we're looking at one. Is lending the house's only income stream? No. Through Aurea, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. And yes, we did found the Renegan Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue. Renegan, they're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you're no relation to the Renegan presently? The company went public years ago and Aurea divested our shares not long after. We were given one seat on the board as a formality. That's the extent of it. Given? A family like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word. If he's downplaying their pull within Renegan... By the way, do these profiles get, like, updated? No. I was kind of hoping that these would get updated to, like, reflect death or something. That would be funny. Renegan is a global leader in pharmaceutical research, deployment, and distribution, a company that puts your health before any other concern. Our groundbreaking research into combating modern medical challenges has helped millions live happy, healthy lives. We're proud to keep fighting that fight as we pursue our corporate goals. Put our medicine in the cabinet of every home, improve patients' lives in their communities, minimize our environmental footprint through sustainable ventures, operate with dignity and pride in our ethics, deliver consistent, steady growth to our investors. Blah! Shortly after our founding, our researchers developed metformin, the first orally ingested treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes, freeing millions of adolescents suffering from its effects from being subjected to painful injections. Since then, we've gone on to improve on our formulation, and that constant dedication to perfecting our medicines has made us a national leader in pharmaceutical biosimilars. I talk a lot in this streams. We're obsessed with perfection, driven by purpose. We'll never stop searching for the next step in the evolution of what it means to be healthy. He's downplaying their pull with Renegan, and the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from that company. You're being very modest, Makoto. And more than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Mr. Fens, but you will be working for me. So, you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. And he's deflecting, he's trying to be subtle about it, and he's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as Renegan has no relation to anything that happens in this city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I am the only son of Raphael Ikaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Ikaria, the CEO of the Ikaria Financial Group, patriarch of the family, and chairman of the house. I gather those titles are all one and the same. As one... Daisuke. Don't hit the U. Daisuke. I feel like when I say it, I have to say it like really dramatic. Daisuke! Daisuke's fucking here. Holy shit. Daisuke fucking killed a guy. As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you. When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. And your age? What a boorish question. I knew that peasant raised outside our stratus has little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed that with a law degree would be education to know that what isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I'm younger than some does not mean I'm any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, men? Sir, no, sir! You definitely command their respect. That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton. That's so interesting! This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. I don't think that's I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, then will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back! Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance. If only to emphasize that no one stays useless to House Icaria for very long, one way or another. Boy, it would be really funny if he like kept fucking up the pronunciation to his own family name and birthright. Okay, I'll admit I was a little taken back to step off an elevator and into your little enclosure out there. The gardens? Yes, our groundskeepers work hard on them. Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording of somewhere else? Or is it like generated programmatically? That'd take quite the equation. It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutiae in front of me at the moment. That's okay. Of course it is! A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of sheep! Awesome. The lion does not concern himself with alimony payments. So says Sun Tzu. It's your exterior and your decorations. What does it matter? Anyway, if you want the specifics so badly, one of the servants put you in contact with a contracting firm. Boy, that really games my thrones. It's alright. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of House Icaria, really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that House Icaria is not accommodating of its guests, or more than capable of compensating for this nut allergy you allude to. That's so sweet of you! But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to the additional security, it can't be helped. She got the... Oh, that's meta. That's cute. Boy, they were bumping each other's shoulders in the writing room. This Ruby, what did you make? It smells good. Oh, it smells good because it is good.
Yeah, ate it.
Okay, so to explain the joke, it can't be helped. Can somebody write the Japanese phrase? So very, very often in stuff that was originally written in Japanese, you will see the phrase, it can't be helped, because it's a translation of a Japanese phrase that's kind of used in like, oh, well, sort of context. Shikata ganai, yeah. And seeing it in here, where of course this was not written in Japanese, it's being very funny because it's a very cliche thing to say. I think like you definitely see it a lot in like I think it's like all over like fucking PS2 games and shit like that. I think in modern times they're a little bit more meta aware of it and try and avoid it, try and like rephrase things to sound more like an English speaker might say, because like it's not that it can't be helped isn't wrong, but it definitely sounds kind of clumsy. Yeah, so now you know. Ba-da-bop! Reading rainbow noise. Circumstances. And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. It's one of those things that makes things sound translated. Yeah. Clearly the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think that you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house.
Yeah, your big forehead, huh? You'd kill me.
It's less never gets used by real people, more got really overused by people who talk about that. Yeah, I think that's definitely another thing, is that there was like some like, he would not fucking say that prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Well, thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So said Buddha. Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. But I should make clear that in this case I was using the quote to imply subtly that you are stingy with your own graciousness. Got it. Yeah, shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide. Multiple homicides. Tell me more. My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. Momo. Momo, what'd you do? The zoom in is killing me. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence. Oh, I fucking love this. I fucking love this. This is...
That get picked up? I hope it did.
I hope it did. Ruby...
She's making... I sit my ass down. Sorry.
You're good, Ruby. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this that peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. Oof, I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the cities wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent of a crime I framed him for? Right then, might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that, youch, I've been thrown. The sounds will come back, I promise. I get the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city is our territory. But it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. Oh, just the reverb might not work. Okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I have to fix for Linux. I'm sorry. Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. This one you got, this one you can get. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Tack, tack, tack. You have any idea why he was taken, or by whom? Whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They've made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing is beyond the pale. I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools. But these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are, but I'm confident I think they want to pin 5 murders on him. Five? Did you say 5? Yes, 5! It's absurd! I can only take credit for 4 bodies! Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers. A dead cop? Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean one of their officers? Was there a UC or... No, they made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. As if a member of our house would fear prison. I should have never dared to think I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto. And the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence? Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria. A hound. I've known him all my life. All 3 or 4 years of it. Sosuke. There is no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy, and not once have I ever known him to be violent, impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this, but proving that is your job. Ooh, how about that? I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto. But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more. Not everything's a question of money. Yes, your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor the House Ikaria can go a long way in this city. As can our wrath. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this one out. They'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose, period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sasuke's case. Sasuke. You say that as if it were ever in doubt. True prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun in Sasuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. Better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Corollas effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks. You should have enunciated! There's nothing perfectly straight about you, Momo. Trill. Hey there, boss. Or some fine. What'd you think was gonna happen? Yeah, all good news. I got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. Yeah, I got work for her to do. Oof, there will be quite the paycheck indeed awaiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Ugh. Hey! Were any of these jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime trail? Haha, what? Is this some kind of honeypot? I'm trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest, that's what she said, layup. I'll still basket that shit though, I don't give a fuck. Why do you make everything so hard? Come on! Like, come on, Freckles! Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working the case for Ikaria, who I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice? The aura loss is incredible. Not going to attempt to parse that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non sequitur, Auntie. It just wasn't funny. Not even. A non sequitur would be, what's the charge? That's just getting back on topic. Charge is homicide. 5 counts. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with their lawyers. Because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around, telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pinned multiple homicides on is obviously not anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Nah, pinned as in stuck with. Like a chore. Powerful people, mob or no. They get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. Peace out, Peach, thank you for hanging out. And the whole point of a pawn is you don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright. I guess I know the rumors are true then. Ah, yep, you uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen, actors, singers, celebs. They all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have enough money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made between the rich and the famous. And the rich and infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms. Negotiating appearance fees and taking my 30%. 30%? You really are shameless. That's what she said. All right. Thanks as always for the sage counsel. Hey, if you're really feeling grateful, do me a solid and call your rents. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. You're bored enough to talk to me. They're the ones who are busy. Ooh. MILF alert! She got a modded arm. How old is she? She's what, like 80? She's Gen Alpha. Okay, yeah, I guess she'd have to be Gen Alpha. She's like in her 70s, probably. Dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Aha. Look, SSR on the first poll. Oh, you are Gen Alpha. Fucking grew up playing fucking... That woman has like an ancient dusty ass picture of her doing a Zenless Zone Zero cosplay. And I think she should bust the outfit out again. Hey, hold on, let's talk about Hero cooking here. I know what I'm cooking. Kafka! Yeah, we've really T-balled this one up for you. Well, obviously I wasn't sure what happened after I left that crime scene, and I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Hi, Sasuke. Sasuke. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Sosuke. Sosuke. Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I just still realized we might all be alive at like a century old in the summer. It's 2086, and I was born in 87, so if I'm alive in the year that this takes place, I will be 99 years old. I could make it. I could make it. I eat vegetables. I exercise. Ruby will be 89. I'm gonna throw myself into the first robot body that they'll let me plug my brain into and make it look like a gilf anyway. Ruby says she loves that. I've thought about it. I don't think I want to live forever, but I do definitely want to stick around for a long time. I think if you're trans, you should want that no matter what. Kafka, you're missing gold here! Although, to show my ass and be a little heartfelt, you're just gonna get digitally... Hold on! Getting digitally uploaded might be the way to go, too. You're cooking with that one as well. But, I mean, to show my ass and have a little bit of heartfelt moment here, part of me wants more time because I transitioned at 33. So, you know, I wasn't a baby when I transitioned, but there still was some time beating around the proverbial bush. So, you know, sometimes I feel some pressure to make up for lost time. I want to see the queer transhumanism beat out the Silicon Valley transhumanism. Me too! They're so bad at it. They're so boring at it. I hate that fucking guy who was like, I borrow my son's blood to look younger than ever. You look like a bathroom rug. You look like bacon. It's Second Life versus the metaverse. I want the Second Life designers crafting the bodies. They're the only ones with any sauce, except when they don't have sauce. They're hit or miss. But the metaverse people were all a miss. Have you heard about their dumb ball begging shit? I think we should let trans women have giant balls. I think it should just be an option on the table. Well, the thing is that like, okay, to continue this insane conversation, they want huge balls so that they can like flex on other losers about the size of their balls. Anyone I can think of who wants huge balls is like, wants to fucking nut like a Sunny D commercial. You know, I'm just saying, you know, they want to put some mileage on it. Anyway, back to the murder mystery. You know, I often hope that somebody is like, oh, you know what? I could use some background noise. I'll put Gloop Queen's VODs on the TV. What the fuck is Sunny D advertising down there? I don't think that they ever did a commercial where it's shot all over the place, but maybe they should have. Anyway, back to this adventure. Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and all your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. Power stream has prepared me for all the talk shopping. Oh, they are talking about like the most unhinged shit ever over in like Kara's. I'm not on Kara's like server, but I am on that fucking Pook server. They're unhinged ass names. Maybe I'm saying Kara wrong. But like, it was the Pook server. So the Pook server is they made a server to play Peak together, and it started, and they would do like P3K, P4K as they had more people like join the server. And then eventually it became a lot of people, so they made it P infinity symbol K and called it Pook. So it's Pook. Yeah, I think you're on the Kara from the charity, that Kara. Anyway, they're over there having like the most insane conversations all the time. Like, hold on. I want to just like dox just their custom names over here. Two Hands in a Dream, Gay Milk Stuffed Animal, Coca-Cola Coochie, Not Anti-Semen, Jeffrey Pervert. Oh, there's a number of beautiful ones over here. And they're just constantly, I will be doing like work on my phone, and something about like exploding balls will pop up in my notice, and I'm like, oh good, they're posting. You'd really prefer I called you an orca? I prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you I'd been softened up. Cars have fun, Gloop, and enjoy gummies and raiding boats. Well, thank you. I had a lot of fun doing that stream. That was a blast. That they'd broken me. I'd just saying whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you. The Hound of Icaria doesn't heal. Whoa. Sosuke, I'm gonna repeat myself plainly. And slowly, because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Ah. Right, then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too if I lost as much blood as you. Morgan, Esquire. I'll be representing you from here on out. Sosuke of House Ikaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs, or 10 bar. Well, it is only part-time. Right. So tell us, Sosuke of House Ikaria, what's your routine? You look very fit. What? Are you asking about, do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD, MPM? I'm in private practice. You mean you're not a mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to— They say I killed a cop. Miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into— Makoto thought differently. The young master? You've seen him? How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last time I checked. Oh, thank you for— No one's told me anything, and if the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. Oh, I'm already in it, Sosuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'll be able to help with. Very well. What do you want to know? So far, all I know about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name, but I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Sasuke Hayakawa Fourth son of a distant branch family. Don't, no, not with the fucking branch family shit again. God damn it, it is Ace Attorney. Here we fucking go. Hi. I love you. How's the whipped cream? Ruby bought dairy-free whipped cream. And put it on strawberries. By the way, one of the character designs for this guy is that he needs to look hopping in a way where you like seeing him be too. Oh, yeah, no, the list of like, if I had to pick a guy is short. But he might be on it. Only reason I bear the name of Ikari is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant. Also, broad shoulders, big boobs. Oh, that's what I'm into. Yeah, that'll do it. In exchange for lifelong service to the main family. Sounds like a great deal. Lifelong? How long did you serve the Ikari as an infant? Sarah is the best thing. There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd! I am what you would call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the air with my life. From the time you're able to walk, there are a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards? All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean like in family photographs? Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. The house has given me everything I've ever had and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You view your relationship with your family as a transaction. Very interesting that the camera is over on Morgan right now! It's not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty. Right? So if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and your occupation, you would say, "My name is Sosuke Ikari, and I'm an eternal servant for a living." I would say, "My name is Sosuke Ikari, and I work as a head of personal security for the Ikari Financial Group." Head of personal security likes whetstones, paperbacks, matcha. Dislikes the opera, wasabi, insects. Fave author Alexandre Dumas. Likes cafe americano. And what does that entail, exactly? I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all his security teams. Nice to properly meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender, part-time. Yes, I believe you already mentioned that. It seemed like we were all doing it twice. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. Look at the smile! I'm hanging on the smile. Genie Problem. Genie Problem, I mean, I know everybody, but like Genie Problem loves Sarah, so here's Sarah, everyone. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor. What do you mean? Seems in this particular Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being sarcastic. Glad we've all broken the ice. No, I would call her, maybe it's me being an old lady. I would say, I think she's bigger than Makoto. I think she looks older than Makoto. I think 16. Ruby says 16. I think 16 is a reasonable number. Makoto told me that all this started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? 2 p.m. Young Master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower, floor 1. 108. 2 p.m. Wasn't he in school? I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. She's Maya, so she's 17. Oh, okay. He's a child, anyone can see that. but you've no idea the pressures that have been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of the team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route, but our lift stopped suddenly in between 2 floors, 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. I thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap! 50-50. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it, too. He just lost the coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Floors 62 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting, and the other elevators weren't responding. Comms were jammed. I reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations, but I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable. You left the kid? I picked him up over my shoulder. Oh. Well, that sounds like fun. Oh, House, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name's dignity, and kids are tougher than you'd think. I think he'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator. I take it that's when things... Yes, I'm sorry. I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a tarped doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Tall was around 190 centimeters in his weight. I'd say 100 kilograms so with the mods. Boy, fuzzy memory, and he's doing really good with this. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, but slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so he couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilo. They had needle guns, slow to fire and slow to take effect. A memorable choice. Taller one shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. Bad habit usually favored by street slinger punks who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. Am I gonna get zippers as a word? No, not yet. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Finn lines up his shot properly, laser sight dialed into the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. Cool! The lift doors open behind me just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought, but all they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I hear a click from 8 o'clock, turn my neck, and feel a weight punch into my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. And that's when I squeeze. Squeeze? He's talking about his mods. That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex or pull or hold. I squeeze. Akita Type 2 external thoracic booster. Some burst strength and pain-killing capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15, in hindsight. It makes it feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the door shut myself, taking 3 more needles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling on my lip and then cold concrete scratching my cheek. Whew. All right, Sasuke. So you're guarding Makoto. These men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, failed. Then they take you instead? Yes, to my great shame. You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of? That I didn't see it coming. This fucking guy. You're saying this has happened before? Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force. I knew their tactics, and I knew our vulnerabilities, yet still, I failed. Sasuke, that's not incorrect. Don't I? Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least one shot off before taken down? Shot? What do you mean shot? You were not carrying a firearm? No. No one on the team had guns. How's that? None of us on the security team had firearms with us. But you're a gangster. I'm a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or at worst, impotent. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack? I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Huh? I had my sword. Oh, of course. Of course. So lame. So cool. You walk around town with what? A samurai sword? You just assume that it's a katana? Is it? Yes. It is a signifier. It is a signifier of my position within the house and shows that I'm acting as a representative of it. Is it ceremonial then? No, it's quite sharp. I can attest to that. Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how the city's police manhandle everything else they touch. Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events? They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and took you to the lower wards. Why? I've been wondering that myself. Are you essentially worthless? As a hostage, she means. I know that. She hates the sword. I wonder if that'll be ever seen as a slip up if she's ever on trial. Yeah, I was like, Morgan, she almost showed her ass. She almost showed her ass that she was like, is the samurai sword? Like, you know about the sword, girl. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. Seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what order it happened in, it's all... Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. I was bound, my wrists bound above my head, tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet, some kind of bathroom or like decontamination area, I guess. They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. As there were shocks, the taste of blood, I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. Adonai, do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah. Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see, a pretty face like yours would have gone a long way with the jury if it was pulverized. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong feat. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping? I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions, mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me, heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually, there was talk. Through the door, I heard they were all talking to someone else. A new voice? Was it high-pitched or low, loud or soft? Doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone beside you and the dead who were there last night. Did you make out any part of their conversation? No. Not a word. But there was a loud noise, gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then, hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings, rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. But I cut them loose, took the gag out. Blindfold was so tight I cut it rather than try and... The damn thing must have been acting as a bandage, because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought my head had split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... Something was poking me. Something tucked into my waistband. Gun. A gun. Imagine my surprise. Check the safety of the chamber reflexive, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into red. Just red. Nearly blew my pussy off. And then I was blinking in an IV, handcuffed to my stretcher in an ambulance, some cop reading me my rights, saying I killed 5 people. No, wait, some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. Omitting some strong language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured. But then you woke up armed and were able to escape? Cops didn't ask me any questions. I would have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Sosuke, not mine. You have any theories on what happened? Only 2 possibilities come to mind. First scenario, one or more of my captors wanted to kill me but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They give me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all. That would be quite the feat, given the condition you say you are in. Yeah, tale for the ages. But it's not possible. But why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking... bullets. In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sasuke, but I don't think you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots. So if we tell the police the gun wasn't loaded, would that clear Sasuke's name for the 2 of the murders? Well, there's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. Right. That gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it'd leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about that second possibility, then? Second possibility is someone walked into that building, killed my captors, and then tried to frame me for it. That sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Morgan, you're so funny. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. Helps, I can usually tell. Wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty? Because I've killed before. Pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger raises slightly, my lips part. Was I expecting this, stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... Yes. I was in the military. Okay. I've taken lives many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change that fact. But soldiers... Are you a soldier, Sarah? No? So drop it. She's good at following orders. Yeah, why? I thought the family provided everything. Why were you in the military? Take years to acquire that skill. Imagine it comes easy for androids. Yeah, I suppose that... Wait, that's an android?! Did you miss the glowing barcode? And ignore my self-introduction? Look, I'm tired. I thought those were the highlights or something. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Was there something you wanted to say, Sosuke? I've taken lives before, so I know how I feel afterwards. Thin. And how do you feel right now? Right now, I feel... What is it? You remember something? Yes. After I stepped out that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of ripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cop they say I killed. How did he die? How did he die? Stabbed through the back with a sword! Skewered like a piece of goddamn meat! And you got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said? Not right now, Sparky. Raya, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking, oh, save the lecture, gray hair. Gray? Come on, my hair isn't... It's graying, maybe. In case I haven't made it clear, I've never liked you, Morgan. Aw, you're breaking my heart. I hadn't noticed. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's associations might be, he's a cop killer. Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. It's actually somewhat important. Oh, don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes? Medical records. Good picture. Apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in medical transport. Injuries noted at the time. Blood from various sources across the front of the body. Numerous bones in the left hand broken as if impacting a hard surface. Wait. Numerous bones in the left hand broken. Slight laceration found on left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if found. Numerous bruises on the anterior front. Others blood across the tops of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found in the crown of the skull. At the time of bookings, numerous additional users bruised left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma to anterior front right side of head. Wonder where these additional injuries were obtained is not noted. I also sure hope he's left-handed. My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened and some of them have multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective, how will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled, trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs? Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. So let's just say it. Your coworkers kicked the shit out of him. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that. Police badge isn't a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already... She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you get a snowball's chance of hell in proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable. Oof, don't go giving for all my best tricks. The door in the face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor. You gotta be shitting me. That's a blooded K-dub in there with military grade mods. He's not leaving this building. We could have a doctor brought here. And give him the chance to take a hostage? He's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs. 99 man or a 99 man refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human is replaced with their body with cybernetic equivalents. This is that Atom Smasher guy in Cyberpunk. Has been much of their body replaced with cybernetic equivalents possible, thereby becoming more someone who's 99% machine, but yet technically still a human. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble. RoboCop. There's several. Term first appeared in the speculative fiction, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics when middleweight track and field quoted the story's inspiration set. Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and a thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. How industry's thesis of how officially describes the patient is currently living a normal productive life, though Theseus has never produced any consumer market products, is not Theses. It's probably Theses. We're doing a little ship of Theses joke. So there supposedly is a 99 man walking around. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? A medical ad? Sure, great. Let's see if we can't negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes? Oh, fur. I didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs protective detail. Lady, I swear to counselor. Protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended for one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial when he shows up in court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. We can keep him here. What, in the interrogation room? Counseling quarter. Table can't be moved, but you slide the chairs out of there. The floor isn't actually that hard. How do you even know that? Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind. So, if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch, now we're keeping watch? It is the Homicide Department's counseling quarter. You think I give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I would walk in there myself and... You wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. The hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it or you don't. Trust me, if I had a chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch... Yeah, you already called him that. Piece of shit, bastard, killer. But unlike every other cop I walk past to get in here, you've yet to call Sasuke an animal. So what? What the hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. Got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone. So long as they're not a person. Whatever. Think what you want, creep! Well, so long as that's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible. I love when this song plays because she's being silly. You've gotta be... What, like tonight? She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up the line has been raring to go on this. Now the associates have got a lawyer. Well, maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we would... She said it again. Pick, then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can! Of course you can. You can go treat Sasuke. Adonai, I'm not trained in... Oh, I love this bitch. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad. Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. Done first aid before. Well, watch a tutorial first. Use lots of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sasuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door. Even 20 crooked cops walking together couldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity... thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene's in the lower wards. You think after what happened last night that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner. It's okay, Sunshine. I'll take her down there. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London, it's blue blood territory. Blue blood territory outskirts, really. They lost a whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got crime scene analysis sweeps going over that place with a fine comb right now. Drones, probes, the works. They'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated. Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. Be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey, you coming, Blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the med kits in this dusty old piece of... Hold on. I'll be right behind you, detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge. More so than usual. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taken it pretty hard. Maybe even personally? Do they know each other? Ah, right. You gather all your things to go bring us up a ride. Great. Thanks for your help, detective. You're a lifesaver. Though this is one question where we wouldn't have any trouble finding the place. Okay, I will confess to you guys. My throat is getting to me and I want to call it, but we are about to have a scene with these two, so I'm sticking it out! Sit your asses down. Really? Didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just wait here all night. That clock runs pretty slow. You're not doing anything else, detective. Might you be interested in answering some questions? Wait, is that when the interview happens? That's so funny. That's so goddamn funny. Boy, this whole screen is really Sarah-maxing. Anyway, we're saving right here. Oh, what a hoot, what a hoot, what a hoot, what a hoot, what a hoot. What a hoot, a gut buster, if you will. Okay. Morgan for sure coming back next Wednesday. It's been Morgan Wednesday very consistently. I don't see a reason to change that. Return here to watch more Morgan. I may or may not schedule an extra stream later this week because the new Subnautica is coming out and I probably want to play it. But also I want the time back so I can work on code and programming stuff and hang out with Ruby. So maybe. I will for sure be back Monday though. Gosh, what should we do Monday? I feel like there was something on my list. God, I still have to finish that fucking playthrough of Mario 3 too. We are right at the end. If I finish Mario 3 and we get through the Dark World, what would be like a funny follow-up? Like, is there any like NES must-play kicking around? If you want a new code thing here, or at least my template for desktop apps. Really? Ooh. Maybe we could do Mega Man. Omnicore, I have to put my head together with what you're doing, cause maybe 2. Maybe Mario 2. I'll think about it. One of the late Mega Mans might be fun too. Isn't All Night Nippon Super Mario Brothers? Isn't that Super Mario 2 Japan? AKA the Evil. Maybe I should play the Evil Mario. Everything I've heard is that Lost Levels is fucking evil. Maybe I should play that evil ass fucking game. I've probably played eviler these days, considering Mario Maker got invented. That might be a fun idea. I'll think about it. I'll let everybody know. Do I not have a web browser open? I guess I don't. Okay, now I do. Let's find somebody to raid into. Wait, I thought All Night Nippon is a sprite swap of Mario 1? I didn't know that. I thought it was a sprite swap of 2. Are you sure it's not 2? I thought it was 2. I thought it was 2. I feel crazy. I feel crazy. I feel crazy, Hamburger. I thought, yeah, I was pretty sure it was 2. Yeah, like, I thought it was 2 because that's such a weird thing to do. And Nintendo was definitely in their, like, weird... Mario 2 Japanese is in, like, Nintendo's, like, weird era. Because, like, Mario 1 happened, the Nintendo happened, they were really high. I feel like they had kind of a moment of being, like, on their own fumes a little bit, of doing, like, crazy stuff. Like, oh, we're gonna do this system, oh, we're gonna do this, oh, this game's crazy. And then they kind of had to, like, lock in a little bit after that and stop doing bonkers things. But now they never do bonkers things. They should do more bonkers things, I think. I'm gonna go over to Cherry Chews. Maybe I should play it. Maybe I should play something fucked up and evil. We're going over to Cherry Chews, though. But yeah, Gaming Monday. I think we should put Mario 3 to bed and maybe torture ourselves with the Lost Levels. I'll get mad at it, which will be funny. Honestly, I was having so much fun. I was having so much fun getting pissed at Mario 3 because the end of Mario 3 is a little evil. It's also fun because all that shit that I was doing, like, I couldn't do it without Game Genie codes before, so it was nice to be able to, like, chew on it, you know? That fucking fast airship level is insane. Built by insane people. Complete lunatics. Anyway, I'm gonna hit the button. Bye, kids.